That's 740 and old money.
Oh my word, Teddy, it's windy, man. We can there you go, the beautiful sound of the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW600. I sound a little bit far away because I'm not I'm almost there. Hang on. Come on, let's get Teddy there now. You're tuned in to the Ted Coningsby channel live from Marham. Welcome, this is RAF Marham, and you can hear the sounds of the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW600. That's right, a little bit different to the PW100. It is a different variant of the wonderful engine, the most powerful engine in a single fighter jet. That's right, 43,000 pounds of thrust in the PW100, a little bit toned down to 41,000 pounds for this beauty, which is a phenomenal engine because it links and combines two major names to engineering, Pratt & Whitney and the world famous Rolls-Royce, ladies, gents and teddy bears. That's right, both combined, delivering STOVL capabilities on a 5th generation stealth fighter, and it's been made for loitering, getting the job done invisibly as best as it can. Beautiful. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's got a short takeoff thrust of 40,740 pounds, dry at 27,000 pounds, 29 shaft horsepower delivered from the Pratt & Whitney engine to the Rolls-Royce lift fan itself, which I'll talk to you about the components a little bit later on the show. This is probably going to be a short stream today, I would have thought. It's a well-deserved rest and leave for the other squadrons that took part and those that were involved in High Mast, which was about probably an 8-month deployment. So let's welcome back the crews so they can spend some time with their family and friends. 617 Squadron Dambusters, 809 Naval Air Squadron, the Immortals, and if any, I'm not sure if any of the 207 OCU were involved in that, probably, I don't know, but that's the 3 squadrons that are based here. We've got a mix of Royal Navy and Royal Air Force. 207 are like 29 Squadron. They are an operational conversion unit for the F-35B. This is the B variant. This is not like the one at RAF Lakenheath. This is the B variant. And did you know the United States Air Force do not operate the F-35B? It is indeed the United States Navy and the US Marine Corps that operate the F-35B. The US Air Force do not. Oh, let's ride. Welcome to a station that was once the Royal Flying Corps Airfield back in September 1916. Saw many biplanes and was selected to become reinstated as part of the pre-war expansion program in 1937. From Harrows to Hendons to Wellingtons to Stirling to the Mosquito. It's seen it all. Even Lincoln as well, the Afro Lincoln as well. But some lovely history here with various squadrons. 115, 105, 139, you name it, it's been here. And then that's just one era. That's just the World War II era, ladies, gents, teddy bears. We got the Canberra years. The English Electric Canberra was here for a very, very long time. And the Victor as well. And of course, another era which will alert some antennas beside the heads is the Tornado. That spent a lot of time here. And of course, the next era is the F-35B. 617 Squadron bringing it here. We'll talk about all the details a little bit later on. But welcome to the show. It's not too windy, but the gusts are punchy. They're still punchy, a little bit less than yesterday, but manageable. And a season's greetings to everyone, and of course Royal Air Force Marham. Not forgetting the Heritage Centre, Marham Aviation Heritage Centre. How you all doing? Hope you're good and well. I'll try and get over to see you at some point. Don't know how secure this is. Teddy, Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. There he is. Ted looking all bundled and snug. Oh dear, watch out for that Santa hat there, Ted. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and you're hearing the voice of myself, Nikos, the commentator, historian, and commentator for our much loved Ted Coningsby channel. You know how it is. Good and secure. But thought it wasn't going to happen today. So with the news that I heard from their social media, it's going to be a quiet one today. So we may just do these sorties and just finish up. We'll see how it goes. But you know, with the well-earned rest that they deserve and the leave that they deserve after being away for 8 months on the strike carrier force, which is a true statement of our pure power, which is awesome. It's what you need. Welcome to the show. So the F-35B is your 5th generation STOVL aircraft, an answer to the Harrier. They took all the Harrier's benefits and took on its cons and made and adapted a 5th generation aircraft, which is here. Absolutely amazing. So it's got all the characteristics of the F-35 as a whole structure, with the DAS system, the distributed aperture system, the low radar cross section, but it's introduced STOVL, which stands for short takeoff and vertical landing. So it can carry out a short takeoff, so the free BSM, that's the nozzle. It's like thrust vectoring, but a little bit different. It's used just the STOVL mode. They hit a button, and what it does, it angles down to 45 degrees, and it keeps 45 degrees. So when it's doing a short takeoff off a carrier, of course, you've got the ramp, it will keep calibrating to give it a full 45 degree angle, so it pushes up on a short takeoff. It's quite impressive. And it can also do a vertical landing as well, which is why we're here to see a fighter jet just hover in midair. Now I would say metal, but it's not really got a lot of metal on this. It's due to its high composite construction, doesn't offer a lot of metal, so radars don't really, well, actually they can't see it. So what they can't see, what the heart doesn't see in it, what the eyes don't see, don't harm in it. So that's what the F-35B does. Oh yes, beautiful. It's got a G rating at +7, max speed at Mach 1.6. This is the F-35B. It's got 4 internal hard points and 6 external, so you can fit external missile railings to it and add 3 on each wing. And you can fit it with a lot of ordnance and goodies. Empty weight on the F-35B, don't forget 1.2 tons worth just to have a Rolls-Royce lift fan in there. That's taken up a lot of space, and due to the amount of space that's designated just for that, just to be STOVL, the mid-air or air-to-air refueling method is the drogue and probe method, and it sits at 32,472 pounds empty. That's a lot. That's a lot there, because if you think about the empty weight of the F-35A being at 29,300, so I'll give you those in kilos as well for those who do the new money. So you've got 29,300 on the F-35A and 32,472 on the B. So that's 13,300 kilograms as opposed to 14,729 kilograms on the B. So that's an increase of 1,400 kilograms thereabouts, probably just to have that lift system in there. Amazing. Internal fuel, it can still take 13,500 pounds, whereas the A variant is 18,250. You see, there are pros and cons, of course. If you're going to start adding equipment such as the STOVL mechanism in their Rolls-Royce lift system, you're running out of room in there for your internal tanks, which is why it's got a less internal fuel capacity. So that's 13,500 as opposed to 18,250 pounds on the F-35A. You also sacrifice 3,000 pound of payload, because the F-35A is 18,000, so is the C, and the F-35B has 15,000. It can still have a max takeoff weight of 60,000 pounds. It's got a range of 900 nautical miles. That's about 505 nautical mile combat radius with internal fuel. Or, for those that do new money, 935 kilometres. It's got a better thruster weight than the others though, at 0.9. But with 50% fuel, it's actually 1.04. G limit +7. So there's a lot there. There's a lot to digest there. It doesn't have an arrestor hook. The F-35A does. I would say the C does, but it's a different type of arrestor hook. All carrier variants are not the standard hook that you get on a conventional aircraft. So the F-35C, don't forget, that is the CV variant, the carrier variant, made to be pulled along by that beautiful steam-powered, is it steam? I think it is. Steam-powered catapult system. It's got a massive wing area. The only variant to have wing flaps, because it's so big. The wing area is massive. Yes, 8 feet wider than the other two. So that's 4 foot either side, which is amazing. It is. Oh, here we go. We got movement. Here we go. Here we go. You know, you're looking at 10.7 meters on this, and the carrier variant is 13.1. Amazing. So that's 2.4 meters wider. Huge. But that's what you need. You need a greater lift. Here we go. I think we got ourselves two. Beautiful. Good to see though, good to see. The F-35B and C do not have an internal cannon. The A does, but you can fit it with a belly mounted version. Have two. They are backtracking. This is called a backtrack. I think that's, is that, no, actually no, they're not on the runway, are they? No. No, they're just using a different taxi route. Different taxiway. maybe they are on the runway actually. So this is called a backtrack anyway. So backtrack is when you use the runway. I think they're about to go on the runway now actually. Oh, hello. So backtrack, if they are or not, it's hard to tell from this perspective. If they are or not, a backtrack is when you use the runway to taxi, but the opposite direction of the way it's in use. All right, so that's what a backtrack is. Whether that is actually on the runway or not, it's hard to tell from this angle. Probably is. Yeah, just yeah, it's definitely a backtrack. I love that. I forgot they end up in there. It looks pretty cool like that. Get ready for departure. 2 F-35Bs ready for departure. take two. We'll take two. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here from Marham. Hope we're all good and well. A big shout out to all personnel. I'm going to try and do the rounds. I'll try and get to Bryce before Christmas if I can. You know, it's nice to do the rounds. Nice to at least get something different. Hopefully they come back and give us a VL, vertical landing, which would be amazing. Right, give me 1 second, if I may. Just going to get my little F-35B for you. Yes, just it was a bit windy to keep it up here, but no worries, nevertheless. Guess it's that time now, isn't it, for Christmas parties? A really good question there from Andy Stanley. So it is done numerically. Okay, it is actually done numerically. And excuse me, there was a YF-17. So why isn't there? Someone asked a very, very good question. Why isn't there an F-17? Which, you know, that is absolutely, you know, an amazing question, but it does seem to go in a numerical order with the numbers. So but there is an F-18, there isn't a 19, but there is a really good reason for it. There isn't an F-20, F-21, but there is an F-22, and so on and so on, and it's all to do with concept. Now the F-16 had a YF-16, a YF-16 and a YF-17. There were two prototypes, but the YF-17 went on to become the F-18. If you have a look at YF-17, it was nicknamed the Cobra at the time, and it's a very, very good question. You know, absolutely great question with that. So so then they had two prototypes, and then it became, in the end, it became the F-18. But of course the YF-16 became, that was selected out of the two. So when they produced, because if you look at the YF-22, they also had a 23, but the YF-22 was selected. Does that make sense? So the 23 was skipped, so on, and there's 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 35. So it goes up in numbers. It does actually go numerically. Now, the one that didn't get the vote for the F-16 was the YF-17, but it was selected to become, in the end, the F-18. All right, so there you go. So obviously they had two, I think they had two, I think it was Northrop that modified a few of the designs with various engines. But it is an absolutely brilliant question. It really is. You know, an absolutely genuinely good question. The two prototypes, the YF-17s, they flew 288 test flights or so. I think they totaled just short of 346 hours with that, and it was in the end designated as the F-18 for that matter. So, you know, the YF-17A, yeah, so you had Norfolk, but so it does actually genuinely go up in numbers. You know, it's as simple as that. Whether they gave the 17 to the C-17, but you do have a C, you do have it does the C-17s and things like that, cargo aircraft. Again, if you think Air Ministry, they had their own designations for each type of aircraft. So experimental, naval, fighter, attack, bomber, light bomber, medium bomber. They had different letters. So B was supposed to be for like a heavy bomber, P for a medium, you know, medium bomber. Although when we say medium, it depends, because at the end of the day, medium of that time, they probably weren't thinking we were going to produce absolute heavies like the Lincoln, for example. You know, that really pressed on. But yeah, I mean, the C-17 had it started off from the YC-15, believe it or not. I know, it had a YC-15. And so the Y designates its prototype in the US aviation in the United States. They designate their system with the letter Y. All right, so again, think F-22, the YF-22 and the YF-23. I hope that bit makes sense, but it comes from a long line of history as well, with that in mind. But I hope that makes sense. So they do actually go up in numbers, but they will skip if a prototype didn't quite get the go-ahead, if that makes sense. So there was probably an F-13, I don't know, I'm just making that up. But yeah, believe it or not, that's how it's done. Yeah, so even cargo, exactly, they will go in correspondence. They do go numerical. Even squadrons, if you look at squadrons from the Royal Flying Corps, it was literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so on. But of course, as the war kept going, there were more squadrons, more, and that's just Royal Air Force. You know, you've got the United States Army Air Force. And with their bomb groups, with their fighter groups, the numbers kept going up. Different training units, different numbers, different groups, different wings, numbers, so on and so on. Whether, you know, it goes on and on, but it does have a structure in accordance to numeracy. What a great word. So the F-35B for me is extremely special with regards to having the lift system. For me, it is absolutely and extremely a work of art and a feat of engineering. It is game changing in my eyes, but it does have the consequence of sacrificing weight. You have to add that 1.2 tons of the lift fan itself, and they put the vertical lift in the F-35B. That's correct. And just now that I'm on to the point, officially it is the F-35 Lightning 2, although the Royal Air Force omit the 2 because it's in fact their third Lightning, the P-38 that was initially ordered with their modifications. They went against the counter-rotating propellers, the superchargers. It was just completely underpowered. There was a few modifications they added to it, and it really wasn't right. So they cancelled it. But they did actually own this P-38, which is why we count it. The second, of course, in 1960s, we had the English Electric Lightning, and this is in fact the third Lightning while I'm on the subject, but officially it is a F-35B Lightning 2, but in the Royal Air Force it's just F-35B Lightning. Now, the lift system of Rolls-Royce is the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the whole wide world, and the performance of this lift system almost 11 meters as well, whereas opposed to you've got 6 meters or so for the PW100, and it comes in part of the latest and greatest of digital technology. A control fan technology system delivers responsive, precise, powerful short takeoff, vertical landing, and here we have 3 landing pads as well, which I'll give you the lowdown on these with that. And it gives minimal impact on the total airframe weight, and I'm going to show you what it does and how it hovers, because there's people that still think, how does that hover, which I will show you. So the system is a descendant of the Pegasus, an answer to make the Harrier better. Do not think it's, don't take me wrong, this, the Harrier was a marvel of engineering. However, with technology that we have had today, and it's in a really controversial double-edged sword way, and there is no hiding it, doesn't war just inspire, not inspire, it's probably the wrong, doesn't war inject the mind to make all this technology? Hey, look, at the end of the day, look at the radar directional finding, how we navigate to different airports. It's all come from the Second World War, pretty much. But without going on a different tangent, the system, of course, which I will show you, is our F-35B. Let's have a look if I can. Now I have a special model to show you. This is the F-35B. It's the and I'll explain what the double B is. This special version that I've got. So what is? Oh, go on, I'll tell you now. The F-35B comes with blue tack, so you can land it on your table and wherever on your desktop. Right, let's have a little look at what is going on here. How does this hover? You can tell it's an F-35B, especially from the front. It's very bulky here. If I showed you an F-35A, which I have, you'll just see the canopy, almost like a bubble. So the fact that it sticks out here, there's your F-35B. There is no cannon on the F-35A, on the F-35B. The cannon's missing. This looks like a cannon from this angle, perhaps, but you will know the cannon. It's about this long, nice little grill there. You can't miss it. And these are just quick spots to check. All right. Also, this envelope here for the probe to air-to-air refuel. You'll notice that the F-35A has a little lip here that sticks out as well from the side. So there's quite a few ways of notifying, to identify it. That's probably the right word. How does this hover, Nikos? What is going on? So you need air. You need, the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, but gravity is just going to pull you down. You need air. So if you go 90 knots, this is just going to drop out the sky. It's not going to get enough. It's going to pretty much stall and whatever with that. What you'll find when this starts the STOVL procedure, underneath, this opens up. This is the bottom end of the lift fan. These parts I'm going to tell you are Rolls-Royce. Okay, actually, tell a lie, the first thing that opens up is the auxiliary air intake. So I'm going to start again. Rewind without mentioning Mr. Craig David there. Okay, so this opens up. This is the auxiliary air intake. All right, now the first part I'm going to show you is this shaft. Can you see that pipe there? It's actually a shaft. Now the F135 Pratt & Whitney engine sits here. All right, this is our Pratt & Whitney part. Now it's got to deliver power. You need to power this thing. You need to power the lift fan of Rolls-Royce. How does it do that? With a shaft. Now we all know now from my diagrams how you power your compressor. you power it through the turbines. In this instance, this is power, the F-135 engine is powering the lift fan. 29,000 pounds of shaft horsepower, may I add. So this shaft is Rolls-Royce. Now, that opens, that's the auxiliary air intake. Then the bottom end opens, and of course our hood. This opens up. Now, may I add, there's a few prototypes of the F-35B with different designs, and they did like, even with double doors, they had a double door like that. So this opens up. Now, inside here is our lift fan, okay? Now, it ain't no joke, this design, because they had, now for those that are regulars on the show will know about the serrations. You know how that affects and makes a lower radar cross section. They actually tried it on here. The airflow was really not good, so they had to go with rounded effect. All right, so in here is a double, it's a 50-inch diameter rotating system. This is your lift fan. Now, just quickly, the top are blisks, okay? Now, that means one complete unit. They're not compressor blades, for example. They're not actually compressor blades, but they do work up. They're not connected to the disc. It's one complete titanium alloy, and underneath the second is counter rotating. That is your traditional blades put in a disc, okay, just to get that right, and it is titanium. Okay, so that is now like an engine stuck upwards. All right, it's vertically pointing, if that makes sense. There's the bottom end of it. So the thrust is being pushed down. So you could say, without offending anyone, you could say it's like having a helicopter in there. But it's not enough to keep this hovering, even just, there'll be an imbalance, and I'll explain why. But bear in mind, that is a 50-inch counter-rotating double disc system, but one set is a blisk and the next is a traditional blade. So these slats here, by the way, just to let you know, they move forward and back. This will allow the F-35 in hover mode, in STOVL, to hover forward and back. It is this that controls the forward and back movement, all right? Now, the left and right, the lateral, are these roll posts, and it gets this extra air from the bypass, so it's sucking in that air, and the bypass air allows, these are called Rolls-Royce roll posts. This can now move from left to right. Now, it still can't hover. Why? Because we need to go to the back. This is our free BSM. This is not thrust vectoring as opposed to how the F-22 is. And I'll explain. You can only activate this at a maximum speed of 250 miles per hour. You can't do any more. It is literally for short takeoff, vertical landing. Now, this is called a free BSM. It can rotate 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. So, I'm going to go straight to our point here, straight down, all right, in the downwards position, and it can even go 95 degrees as well. Yes, it can actually shoot afterburner down there, something that I discovered. Now, that is pushing down the thrust. It's called a free BSM because I'll have another drawing coming up. It's made in 3 sections, and these sections rotate. If it didn't, it will just shoot the thing out of control. It needs to configure. Why? Because it can then go to a 45-degree angle for short takeoff, and it keeps it. This can also swivel left and right for basically strong winds and a lot more of a more stable control, and also millimeter perfect control mechanism to vertically land. So now you've got thrust coming down here, you've got thrust coming down here. Welcome to the life of hovering. So that is how it can hover. It's pushing down thrust from the back and the front. The grills move forward and back. Thank you very much. The roll posts left and right, and my F-35B has blue tack, so you can land it anywhere. Now this, when it's on a carrier, can actually control its 45-degree angle, because don't forget, as it goes up the ramp, the 45-degree angle needs to be maintained at all times, which could mean just pushing it a more of a steeper degree. Of course, you got these as well for extra control. Can it activate the STOVL mode without the landing gear? Yes, it can hover, but like I said, it's not going to be it's not going to do any fancy stuff like the F-22 does with its thrust vectoring. It's literally for short takeoff, vertical landing. The most burning question I get asked all the time: Nikos, can it take off vertically? Yes, it can, but they don't do it because the amount of weight and payload you can put on this thing, it's not recommended to do it. You're going to burn so much fuel and probably damage the aircraft doing it, but it can. If you add just 50% of fuel, you can do it, and it has been shown that you can do it. Any questions? And that's not forgetting, by the way, everything else that the F-35 has. Like I said, the prototype had double doors on here. They didn't like it. For those that don't know, this is covered in what's called radar absorbing material. Now, that's a Lockheed patent that they've got for this material. It's made with, it's got particles of iron in it, and the idea is to absorb and burn away radio frequencies. How cool is that? Thank you very much, I'll have you. These serrations, you'll notice on the B2 as well. B2s have all these serrations. All stealth have these serrations. Why? Well, angle of reflection is angle of refraction, you know, that kind of thing. But you start putting serrations everywhere, radar isn't going to get its return. It's going to bounce it off somewhere else. Even the nose. This is a characteristic of all stealth fighters. Have a look, whether it's the JU, whether it's the SU, have a look at stealth fighter. The nose is not completely round. Why? Because if a radar radio wave gets at the perfect angle, it'll just come all the way round. So it's from nose point right up to the intake. Job done. Electro-absorbing material on the acrylic canopy. On the landing gear, everywhere there are serrations, even on my blue tack gear, even on the nozzle. How cool is that, eh? Even on the nozzle, everywhere you look, there's serrations everywhere, these zigzags to bounce off. Yes, in STOVL mode, you may increase your radar cross-section, but then you're going to be landing somewhere, so you know you're not going to require that, are you? You know, let's be realistic. Again, has our electro-optical targeting system made out of sapphire. This is your battlefield targeting system. This is where you need to be very frightened of the F-35 with this alone. This will be made of sapphire, again for a low radar cross-section, and not only is it clear, it's made of sapphire. So if you bought your loved one some sapphire jewellery, you can go, love, do you know what, is a piece of F-35. It's pretty amazing how they've done that. Now, sapphire is quite strong on the Moss scale of hardness, which is what they measure minerals hardness, diamond being 10, sapphire is a 9. Now there is the DAS system, which I've drawn before, the distributed aperture system. If you catch it at the right light, it does reflect like a mirror. They're not mirrors at all, it's just the way I've sometimes explained it. People think they're mirrors, and that's probably my bad. I haven't explained it very well. It's like glass, yeah? They're cameras, and if you catch it at the right light, it does look like little mirrors, but it's not, all right? Which I can show you how that works as well. So I hope that made sense for you. And it's a wonderful, wonderful, you know, mix of Rolls-Royce and Pratt & Whitney, and of course Lockheed Martin. You've also got lots of VAE systems. Oh, hello, what's this F-35 doing? Look at this, the new variant. It's the F-35 Crane variant, beginning with a K. Let's go with K. Interestingly, this runway with all those seagulls is runway 0119. It is made out of asphalt. Asphalt is softer, and it does have a mock carrier where they can do their training on as well. It's got like a seaside effect at the moment. So for those interested, if I can find it, don't know what I've done with it. Let me have a look. I'll show you the DAS system anyway while we're here, because that's the way it is. Boom. Literally everything is pegged down here. Let's have a look at our RAM. Sorry, our DAS system. That is a pretty cool system there. So there are about 6 of these DAS cameras at the time of writing it. This is what it looks like, the DAS system on our F-35A or B or C. This is the DAS system. There's 6 distributed aperture system, or DAS. They're infrared day or night situational awareness sensors. Yes, indeed. There's one here, I think there's 2 here and 1 here and 1 there, I think, if I remember correctly. It's constantly creating a 360-degree protection and detection. It's already located SAMs, all right? Don't forget, this radar absorbing material, abbreviated as RAM, is able to absorb frequencies of 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. It's no match for one of these. It really isn't. It's already seen this. It's got continuous tracking. It's already locked onto threats that are other aircraft. And if it's, because it's like a hive, it can connect and fuse with other F-35s. So the F-35 DAS system is able to link up with other F-35s in its zone. Little few geeky information. Even the antenna inside, which I've just kind of almost done like a little invisible bit, like an X-ray. These are, I forgot the word, the capacitors are active, they're not passive. So there are 16, right, 1,600 tiny little antennas in there. And you know what? They point upwards. Why do they point upwards? Well, radar points upwards. It's not going to detect this, it's pointing upwards. Very clever. A lot of them now do that, but older ones, they're either flat and they can look down. If you look down, you're going to get detected. You've got 40,000 fasteners. So when we talk about rivets, these are different types of rivets. When they actually make each part and section of the F-35, they put it in a die, right, check this out, in this special paint or dye, and put it through infrared just to check that there are no smaller than a millimeter. I don't know what's smaller than a millimeter. Take a millimeter and divide it by 1,000. All right, 1,000th of a millimeter. Does that even make any sense? They'll check basically. It's got to be completely snug fit. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Radar cross section of about a golf ball. That's all that's returned to sender. Amazing, amazing piece of kit. And welcome to RAF Marham. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope we're all good. And it's going to be a calm, chilled out stream today. I was aware of that, but hey, I just want to chance it and see an F-35 hover. You know what I mean? This is the only place you're going to get that. Well, here in the UK, that is anyway. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Welcome. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show, Margot Baxter, Cosmos, Mark Moody, Jan Clark, Martin Hamlin. How you doing? Thanks for the list, Martin Hamlin of the English Electric Lightnings. Alan Q, how you doing? Awash, Cosmos, Margot, Typhoon, Tristan. Nice to see the regulars on here. Captain A, Vienna, Connor Williams, Michael Woodringe, Doctor. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I hope you're all good and well. Welcome to the show. My name's Nick. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I'll be on the show in just a minute. A few other things at the let's have a look at the F-35 as well. It's got of course it is mentally fly-by-wire. It's also got an FOTD. What is that good for? It stands for fiber optic towed decoy, and it sits about can't remember. Oh gosh, where is it? It's about here, I think it is on this. It's basically the Typhoon has a pylon for it. The F-35, of course, been wanting to be stealth, sits about here, and it ejects a fiber optic lanyard, shall we call it, and it connects this antenna, fooling enemy radar and alike, whether on the ground or the air, thinking that it's somewhere else. Pretty cool, absolutely amazing. It really is. And of course, this is the Blue Tack edition. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here from RAF Marham. Of course, we're outside the base. We have let them know we're here as well, as we normally do, doing the usual. We're parked, clearing, of course, the crash gate. There isn't an official viewing area, but if you do stumble across, and of course be mindful of where you're walking, please use a map to make sure you've not walked onto private land. Do check online, various websites out there that you can do that. Park and do not stand at crash gates, or if you are using a vehicle, certainly don't use your vehicle, because they did actually require a crash gate today. Crash gates, it's not necessarily just for aircraft. There could be personnel injury, a leak of some description, even a collision. All right, I'm just saying, it can be used for that. And also they do regular checks as well to make sure that it's all good and well there. So they'll need that clear as well. You don't want to be that person that needs to move the car because they need to do some checks, or actually worse, get emergency services through there. So please do not do that. Fences, again, old school. Please don't touch the fence. Rest your ladders on it. Don't damage it. Certainly don't cut it. Again, it's MOD property. Let's look after it and don't spoil it for the rest of us. You know how it is. Again, no drone zone. And another incident that popped up not long ago, not here, somewhere else. Someone was actually, I don't know what mind they've got, they actually tried to use a laser pen on an aircraft. I mean, come on. It's illegal. There'll only be one consequence for that. And it's extremely dangerous, and a threat to life really is. If you ever see anyone like that, please just report it. There you go. So interestingly, I was going to go to Milden. It was the choice of Milden or here. I just wanted to see an F-35B today, and I really want to see one hover, because it ain't no bother to hover. Don't forget, if you love F-35Bs, then be sure to grab our Ain't No Bother to Hover F-35B t-shirt. Available online. Check, do your checklist. Go visit tedconingsby.co.uk. Now there are 3 vertical landing pads here. They are 67 meters by 67 meters, the actual full pad, and the actual central landing area is 30.5 meters by 30.5 meters. There are 3 of those, and they're situated right in front of us, over this sort of direction. They don't always land like that, but it's pretty much the same sensation as a performance takeoff, because you come here for landings, because it is something else to see that, and the noises it makes is outstanding. The noises they make are outstanding. They are just, they sound really mechanical. There's a special little whining noise it makes. It's pretty cute. I love it. Hopefully it'll work out because, well, the wind is sort of blowing sort of away from the, you know, towards the base, sadly. So we'll see how it works out. But your checklist for today, you've been cleared to vertically land on the like button. Give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And do marry that up with the notification bell button. Graham Avis, thank you very much. Yeah, you're welcome. If you want to know more, don't forget to join our community. You can become a member and join our members only Discord server, where you'll have access to an array of information. There are a lot of knowledgeable girls and guys out there that will help you with photography needs and artwork, where to visit, where to go, and you know, setting up scanners and all this kind of stuff. So do check out our membership, and from just $1.99 a month as well, that will get you and of course someone's mentioned it as well, there's so many perks. That's just one aspect. You get members only discount on our merchandise, you get members only videos, members only live streams, and a whole lot more. And it is a family. I know I keep saying community, but it's now turned into this one amazing family. Alistair Goodwin, welcome. Adrian Anderson, Jenny B, oi oi to you. Alex Raven, how's it all going? Hope you're all good. Still got that punchy gust of wind going on. But, this is the 207 Squadron hangar. They are the operational conversion unit, the first squadron to operate the, well, the Avro Manchester at RAF Waddington, as we mentioned yesterday. They were the first to operate that. Ba-da. Thanks a lot, Typhoon Tristan, for ordering the beanie. I hope you're enjoying that. Now the birds here that you can see on the screen, they're giving that sort of seaside effect, like we're on a carrier. So there you go. I've got 5. Have I got 5? Oh no, I missed one. Oh well, that's fine. I was going to say I've got a Mosquito here, the first ever multi-role aircraft of the Royal Air Force. I've also got the Wellington bomber, probably the oldest one I've got here. I haven't got a Hendon or a Harrow because they were here first. So it's a bit hard for me to try and obtain a model of one of them. Yeah, the Harrow and the Hendon that were here. And then of course they converted to the Wellington bomber. Another thing as well to remember that, you know, something quite astounding is the evolution of squadron markings and the roundel. I mean, for those who don't know, the roundel was developed from the French roundel, who introduced that on their aircraft during the Second World War for identification. See, originally the Royal Air, or the Royal Flying Corps, which I've got a badge, I'll have to bring that back. I've got it back at mine because it is over 100-year-old. It's before, you know, we're talking about between, you know, 1912 to 1918. This wonderful I've got a Sweetheart Royal Flying Corps, still got the enamel on there, and a cap badge of the Royal Flying Corps. For those that know, that was before the Royal Air Force. It is amazing. Now, during the days of the Royal Flying Corps, and actually I could show you here, give me a second, as well, which will give me a better for you to understand it a little bit more. Might even be able to show you the Hendon and the Harrow if you don't know what that looks like. Yes, I do read a lot of books. My tea-stained book, I've still got it. I did order another one, thank you very much. For those that were there last time, I do recommend this book, an absolutely amazing book, The British Aircraft of World War II, written by David Munday. You can see, look how much I got that for. I got that in, where did we get that from? Fleet Air Arm, I think it was. Amazing, right? Absolutely brilliant. Really good book. But what I want to show you is the evolution. Now, the problem is, I haven't got... Don't worry, I'll find it. I'll tell you what. Interestingly, here's our 207 Squadron marked Manchester. There it is, Avro 679. Amazing. You can see the twin engine. It was almost perfect, but there we go. Let me just show you an example. So I'll tell you what, let's start with this. I've randomly gone with this Avro Prefect. Why? Don't know. Landed on it. Now, don't forget, the Royal Flying Corps, they had the British flag, okay? Now just think of the problems here. You've got to remember that during the First World War, not many troops on the ground, not many of the army, whether friend or foe, not many ever seen a flying aircraft, an aircraft, okay? They've never seen a biplane. It must have been quite scary. You've got to remember, if you've not ever seen anything like that, you'd be thinking, what on... I remember when I first saw a drone, I was like, what on earth is that? But anyway, so the problem with the flag, it was quite hard to identify. You got troops on the ground not knowing whether it's friend or foe, and yes, it may sound funny, but shoot it down, shoot first, ask questions later. It literally was. And there was a British flag. It was so hard to identify, especially when it was traveling at 120 miles per hour or whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? This could do like 112, but even at max speed, it's quite hard to see what it is. And you know, many of them have never even seen it. So putting a British flag was probably the right thing to do, but it was so hard to see. And in an aerial engagement, now don't forget the evolution, I've spoke about this before, where they were used as reconnaissance. They were very useful for reconnaissance using biplanes, and enemy, friend and foe would fly past each other and wave, and then they realised, and I've got a really good drawing, I've got to remember to show you it, they realised, hang on a minute, you're the enemy. So the next time they came, they brought a shotgun, and you got one of the guys trying to shoot this other aircraft with a shotgun. Anyway, they worked out that some of them were getting hit by friendly fire, so they got rid of the flags. It was so hard to identify because it can look quite dark. You're looking out for a white cross. What's got a white cross? Well, the German aircraft had a white cross. So is it us? Is it not? The only thing distinctive about the British flag when it's flying is probably the white cross. So it then became a fight against noughts and crosses. Think about it. So the Royal Flying Corps adapted the French, which was red, white and blue, had a blue dot, so they reversed it, and there you go. Now, the other thing I want to mention here, the Harrow, I might even be able to find it on here. Now, evolution 1938, right? You can see all these wonderful markings on here, you know, all these letters, that kind of thing. But here's a problem that the Royal Air Force encountered. All right, let me see if I got a Vickers Wellington. It might be on there. You know when you need to find something and you can't. Bear with me. There's always a bear with me. I'm going to show you evolution of squadron markings. Hang on a minute. You know, I found loads the other day, and then maybe I should. Oh yeah, here we go. So here's our Harrow that was based here, right? Have a guess what squadron that is. Yes, you didn't take long to work it out. It was indeed 214. Well done. Yeah. Well, let's have a look at another one, another example. Hang on. Let's have another go. Oh yeah, so let's have a look at this ferry battle. Look at this. Are you ready for that? Have a guess what squadron that is. Tick tock. Right, yeah, 106 Squadron. Correct. Now the problem is when they were engaged in war, following back from reconnaissance aircraft, they'd come back and be followed. You can now track aircraft to the squadron, to where they're based and what they do. That is a bit of a problem. So the Royal Air Force finally thought, hang on a minute, this isn't a good idea, and ended up having actually this is a Marham Mosquito. They ended up having the 2-letter system. All right, that was the squadron code. Completely cryptic, didn't make any sense, which is what you want. So they scrapped having, I mean, I got photos of Wellington bombers with 115 Squadron. Have a guess, it had 115. So they brought in this, and you're gonna have to learn them, I'm afraid. I know most of them. This is actually it's got Marham here as well. 105 Squadron with GB, okay? You know, and I'm gonna pick one at random. Let's go with this. There you go. NG 604 Squadron. Pretty cool, isn't it? So they brought that into it. The lonely letter, by the way, because there's a bit of a misconception with this one. It was literally A to Z. Literally, there was A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, etc. It was literally the flight number. All right, the flight, you know, for that. Okay, so it had a letter N, so there'll be an A, B, C, D. There was an occasion where you'll get a 2 next to it because it probably rolled over. There you go. Thank you very much. Evolution right there. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. So I hope you enjoyed that little bit of fact and a little bit of evolution there of markings. So thanks to the book of David Mundy for that wonderful book. I do recommend it. Go and get it. William, Zoyoi to you. Someone's asking about, right, I've covered that question before. Where is it? Saw Doctor 2737. ADSB tracker never shows any activity of the MAC loop. That one's an easy one for me. Right, so I'm going to show, right, for those that don't know, ADSB, all right, that is not radar. It uses GPS, it uses satellite. Have I got a picture of this somewhere? I might, hang on a minute. No, I don't think I have. I'm going to use this Mosquito that was based here. I'm going to use my, this is the world's first ever multi-role aircraft, the Mosquito. And I can tell you all about the Mosquito and the history that it's, well, fair play to Geoffrey de Havilland. He kept going. Right, I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. We've seen the movie Top Gun. They go low level to avoid radar. I've almost answered your question. ADSB, right, uses GPS. So you've got radar, you've got ground stations on the ground sending up omnidirectional frequencies, and they point upwards to a certain degree. ADSB uses satellites, uses GPS. Now I'm going to show you my watch. I know it's I know you're probably thinking, what on earth is this guy on about? This watch is a GPS watch. Similar system to global positioning, right? The satellite. It's exactly that. Have you ever tried to set your satellite connection when you're doing a hike, a run, or walk, or whatever, in your house? Have you ever done that, or near buildings, or near trees? It goes emotional. The problem with ADSB, it can't cope going through mountainous areas. Radar detection cannot cope with enemy radar going low. Mike Sutton, tornado down, that story. Tornadoes go low level. Why? To evade radar. Radar are looking for stuff on, like, as high and dry, whereas you go low level, like the Mosquito, which is why I picked it, you can't be detected. This system was used in World War II. So what I'm saying is that GPS that's used from satellites to connect to ADSB receivers, okay, can't detect it. That's why they disappear. In fact, Have you ever looked at ADS-B of an F-15 that's just come out of, say, the Lake District? It's got all these zigzags everywhere. Have a look at your watch when you set that in your house, or in a mountainous area, your watch, and you haven't set it right. You will have all that. And you can also have GPS jamming as well. And that's why you can't see it. It just disappears, because ADS-B can't track it because it's in a mountainous area. ADS-B basically sends, it's like an interrogation. It sends the positioning to the ADS-B in. Okay, there's a separate, it's its own transponder that's integrated. It's a different type. It's not the regular transponder. Don't get that mixed up. We're talking about GPS here. And then that connects to the ground station. Well, if it's gone to, it might be able to connect to the aircraft, but it can't get to the ground station. So by the time the ground station has located it somewhere else, that's why you've got that massive zigzag. All right, so I've used the Mosquito because that was a beautiful low-level aircraft, and it would come back with trees, telegram lines, electric line poles, and God knows what. Amazing. So that's why they disappear, because they've gone so low in the mountainous area, GPS can't track it. Oh wow, Alistair Goodwin, thank you so much, man. Right, be right back. Grab a quick cup of tea. Looks like we've got a practice diversion coming up. Oh. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Looks like we've got a Embraer Phenom T1 Martin Hamlin, that'd be great if you got a Harrow. Yeah, sure, we do take donations in, so a big thank you for that. Alistair Goodwin, thanks again for that. Guards March is coming up. LC, thank you very much, all of you, for getting the tents out. LC, Mark Moody. And, a lot of our models come from various sources and donations, such as Jeff from AGR, a big contributor to the show for that. So big shout out to AGR Models. Thank you very much for sending them in. And they come from all other places and museums, heritage centres, eBay, Amazon, just anywhere I can get my hands on them. You know, lots of museums and heritage centres, they do have a few pre-built models, ex-display, that kind of thing. So they're always good to have. I do go for the metal or the die-cast ones, only because of you know, the actual travelling purposes for them, because they are susceptible to damage, really. But hey, I have the special glue just in case. My P40 is always getting battered. Christopher Carnot, Captain Vaber, how you doing? We Stevie boy, all good. Okay, so we've got an Embraer Phenom, just give us about to perform a PD, a practice diversion. And they're based out of Royal Air Force Station Cranwell. And it's a multi-engine aircraft used to train pilots, mission aircrew and airborne specialists. Very close sort of concept to an A400, which is where they will head on to after. It is they fly with 45 Squadron and can carry 5 to 7 passengers with its aircrew of 2 pilots, powered by Pratt & Whitney Canada PW617F turbofan engines. So, be quite nice to see it. It's always a pleasure to see our future generation. Babsar, thank you very much as well. A lot of love, a lot of support on the channel. Thank you so much, everyone. Honestly, it means so much. Captain A, how you doing? This. So it's just about 3 miles out. Here we go. Don't know what we're going to see, if it's a low approach or a touch and go. We'll have a look from here. There are pros and cons of being sort of situated here. We will, and I have said this, we will go to the our traditional spot. Do you remember when we first started doing videos down Chalk Lane? That was I mean, that's good for landings. If you want to catch something specific, landing Get some nice shots there. There is a couple of laybys actually there. Beautiful. Nice little shot there from Cranwell's Embraer Phenom. Lovely. Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. Very generous, Alistair. I'll get Ted for you. Okay, so the F-35s are not far. Doom 1-1 flight. For those interested in the call sign, it's Doom. RAF Marham's flying squadrons are of course the first to bring the F-35B to Marham. Is of course 617 Squadron. And of Of course, they formed in 1943. First of all, Squadron X, chosen to be their commander, of course, was the legendary Wing Commander Guy Gibson. Amazing to think that from Lancaster being their first aircraft, it was now this, the F-35B. And the first F-35Bs arrived on the 6th of June 2018 when 4 F-35Bs of 617 Dambusters arrived, and it was 207 Squadron that were chosen to become the operational conversion unit to train both the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. And 6 F-35Bs of 207 arrived at Marham 16th of July 2019. The Immortals 809 Naval Air Squadron, they arrived and stood back up in 2023 as late as December and took their first operation, or their first mission, in January of 2024. Far now, just very close, unless they come from my left and spook me. Be nice to get a VL, vertical landing. There are 3 pads to choose from. Over 60 meters by... Oh, here they come. Rolls-Royce, will we get our vertical landings? Come on, it's been a while. It's been a long time. Oh yeah! That's what we wanted. Marham, thank you. Just that one will do. It is so amazing to see. Will we get lucky? Oh, I don't know about this one, but we'll see. It looks good. Worth waiting for to see that. That is just amazing engineering right there. Yes, Marham. Yes, lads. Thanks, Perry. It all helps. Luck helps, man. Yes, my brother. And they chose this landing pad as well of all the other ones. That is brilliant. We got to see it beautifully. Thank you very much, Marham. There we go. Just worth just that, you know, just seeing that. I know we go to Coningsby and we go to Lakenheath for the departures, but this here is all about the landings, and when you can land like that, that's just phenomenal. F-35s open their canopy outwards rather than inwards, if that makes sense. So the hinge is forward opening rather than the traditional, the way the F-15s and the way the Typhoons open. They're not that common. I'm not saying it's just unique to the F-35. If you know any others that open like that, that the hinge is right on the nose, let's say, and opens forward if you were the pilot rather than backwards. You know any other aircraft that has its canopy like that, let us know. Beautiful, and there we go. You know, even if that's all we're going to get today, I am absolutely grateful of. I can hear Lakenheath, I think, nearby, doing their thing. It's not far away. Probably takes about 5 minutes by plane, 7 miles a minute, about that. Loving the t-shirt there, Perry. Loving the t-shirt. Ain't no bother to hover, because it ain't. El Toro, Nikos, let me see if I have my head around this. The hover fan. I'll show you because there's two thrusts that keep this hovering, not one. It's two forms of thrust. If you want me to go through it again, I can do it. But the actual lift fan, it's just behind the cockpit. Okay, does that make sense? Just behind the canopy. And then you've got the thrust coming from the 3BSM thrust vector from the back. Alvaro Al, welcome. Well, Denzel Hughes, I know, I would never get bored of watching that. Babs R, thank you very much. That right here is worth the membership fee to this amazing channel. Thank you very much. Just worth seeing that. It's the only fighter jet that can do it. I think it's the only, jet aircraft that can do it. Jet plane, fighter jet, rather than a helicopter, because we know helicopters can do that. And the tilt rotor, the CV-22. But this is just. So smash that like button with over 1,000 of you watching. If you enjoyed that, just click the like. When are you going to see this Ted Coningsby channel bringing you exclusive military aviation action? Come on, hit the like. It's free to do so. Lots of love on the channel, lots of support, super chats, gifted memberships, tons and tons. And there's a... Oh, Alistair, you're a star. Thank you very much. Do you know what? Totally forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, they'll always turn the aircraft to where the wind is pointing. So a bit like the runway selection. All right, so actually crosswind landings, that style of thing. If it's some really strong winds, they'll aim, they'll position the aircraft so that the wind is directly coming from, to hitting the nose of the aircraft, if that makes sense. They don't just land in a particular direction. It's specific to the wind direction as well. 250 miles per hour is the max speed you can activate the STOVL, if I remember correctly. It's not, like I said, it's not your traditional. It's not your traditional style sort of thrust vector. It is, hence it's called the free bearing swivel module. Fred Vernals, I object. The F-35 is a lot more maneuverable, way more maneuverable, because of the way the mechanism works on that. It's absolutely precise. I know the Harrier is much loved, but let's face it, the technology used to hover on this it doesn't compare. But it really is. It really is. But hey, that's your opinion. But the precision on landing on one of these is just phenomenal. You probably land it in Argos car park. And at the end of the day, they've added 5th generation stealth. It's just a whole lot more advanced, and it really is phenomenal. Nothing wrong with the Harrier, don't get me wrong, but it did the job, but this does it better. It was an answer to it. Even it developed from the Pegasus engine as well that Rolls-Royce developed to do so. Really amazing. Mark Moody, yeah, there are Simon Watson. They can probably land at Petwood, although they can't use STOVL mode at Old Buckingham. They would completely rip up the runway apart. Denzel, yes and no. This is their home, but you can put them on a carrier for the strike force, the carrier force of the UK. So it's the UK's carrier strike group, which leads the way. You know, it's when they're on the carrier, if there's a nation that's been unfriendly, they'll get to, I think there's isn't a rule to, is it 200? Oh, I'll let you enjoy the sound as it shuts down. Jan Clark, this is where they're based, this is the station for it, and oh, I've just seen Dr. Soda's answered it. Yeah, they do actually take an F-35B to Coldrose, quite right. There is like a mock-up carrier there where they can train, but this is where they're stationed. And they were on the carrier for about 8 months, I think it was, you know, for high mast, you know, and it's, you know, if there's a scenario where there's an unfriendly nation, something that needs to be done, you pick up the carrier strike force off any coast, and they get to do their business. That's it. They kill, they break, they get violent, they defend. You know, it's you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. You know, and it's that, it's what they do, which is why we need to always promote, remember what these guys and girls do. You know, they're out there, they rev up that engine, flash the lights on the wings, and then, you know, look up and down, get the instructions to go, get the hand signal, up they go, off they go, right in the position, get the hand signal to launch, and up they go, slam into full throttle. The jet is up straight away, launching up that ramp. It is phenomenal what they do. You know, it is a combined, it is, yes, you have Royal Navy and, you know, and Royal Air Force pilots, and the reason why, don't forget, the reason why the Royal Navy pilots come here is because there is an operational conversion unit. Just like Cranwell, there's an, you know, the Royal Navy pilots will train there. Just like Bali, the Royal Navy pilots will train on the fast jet. It is a, you know, it's a home where you can dedicate your specific training, and if that doesn't inspire any future generation, you know, there are others out there that don't want to fly but want to do that kind of training. Coningsby has the weapons conversion unit there. Armourers, there's so many skills that we all do. You know, mechanics, yeah, you think of garage, you think of mechanics, right? You think of armourers, but they also do the drop tanks and other things as well. You know, you think of survival and equipment. You could do, you know, Red Arrows. You think of a regiment, you think of army, but there is a regiment of the Royal Air Force. What do? They protect the airfield. It is one complete unit. You may be good at cooking. What's that good for? Feeding everyone. Without feeding anyone, the chef is right down to the start of it all. Late breakfast, late flying. Simple as that. No air traffic controller. As simple as that. It's what they do. Denzel Hughes, no, they're all maximum speed, the ABC, Mach 1.6. Williams, a nice way of putting it, a Harrier and an F-117 equals F-35. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Yeah, so for those that missed it, again, you know, at the end of the day, you've got all the technology that I mentioned earlier about the F-35. And don't forget, there's a lot of people that don't quite understand the F-35. You know, they just go straight to the maximum speed. Oh, well, you know, this can go faster. F-15 can do Mach 2.5. I get it, but if you want to be a rally driver, that's all about speed. When it comes to stealth, you look at stealth aircraft, they're not always mega quick. This is multi-role. Yes, the B-2 is a dedicated bomber. The F-117, the attack aircraft bomber, okay? But they weren't supersonic. They didn't even have any, they don't have, the B-2 doesn't have afterburner, okay? So it's been designed to get a job done. And also the F-35, there is such thing as called loiter time, and the F-35 has been designed for loiter time. So it doesn't need speed, it doesn't need all that, but it's got all the range. It's got an amazing range, a lot of internal fuel that it can hold as well. It's spectacular. So for those that asked when they turned round, okay, the auxiliary air intake opened first. Okay, so let me just open this. So yes, you've got Pratt & Whitney's engine here, and it's just there. That's where the huge turbofan is of the F-135, and okay, and then you've got right up to the nozzle. This is just short of about 6 meters. All right, it's about 5.98 or so. All right, so you've got your F-135. Now normally this would just be called a PW100, okay, but this is a PW600. Why? Because now you've got 1.2 tons. Just think all that space there. All this chunk could have had fuel in it. You've added weight, it's 1.2 tons. But anyway, you've got to power the 50-inch diameter counter-rotating two-stage system, the lift fan. So that shaft there is Rolls-Royce, okay? This lift fan is Rolls-Royce, 50-inch diameter. The top part is a blisk. What is a blisk? It's so if you remember compressor blade separately connected, this is one whole titanium alloy, and then underneath, counter rotating, going the other way, can't remember which way around, those are traditional blades that are on. No idea why. It's probably got something to do with trying to compromise with weight, maybe different air directional flow. No idea, but maybe I'll go one day and find out. But you've got to power this. How is this powered? It's powered by this shaft. So the front end of the fan of the F-135, this shaft is getting 29,000 horsepower, shaft horsepower, delivered to the lift fan of Rolls-Royce. Now, when that opens up, this opens up underneath. So it's like having an engine, or even you could say a helicopter, but for me, I think it's more like an engine, but it's pointing upwards. So if we had the engine the other way, like traditional, you get thrust, yeah? Well, here you get thrust coming down. Now you got these slats here, this grill, if you can see it, if I catch that in the right light, they move these slats to allow the F-35 to move forward and back in hover mode. But it can't hover just yet. Now, the intake of the auxiliary goes in on the bypass. You've got these roll posts just here. This allows the F-35B to pitch left. It does your lateral and right. So you've got your grills at the front to go forward and back, and then you've got the roll posts, Rolls-Royce roll posts, can go left and right. But that's not enough to make it hover just yet. At the back, this opens up to reveal the free BSM. It's a free stage bearing swivel module, and it's if you've ever seen a drawing, I would love to show you an animation of the way it moves. It is amazing. The reason why it does that, if it just shot down, it will completely lose control of when it's trying to go up a ramp, and I'll explain in a moment. In just 2.5 seconds, it can rotate to 95 degrees, and it can also swivel from left to right for more control. Now you've got, it does have afterburner, by the way. Okay, it comes down. So now you've got 2 thrusts coming down. Now you can hover. You've also got control, because this moves left and right as well for better control. So you've got control there. Pilots could control the roll posts as well. It is all that. And the way it moves, 45-degree angle, can do the short takeoff. Literally, it is amazing. And again, for those that ask me all the time, and it is the hottest question going, can it take off vertically? The answer is yes, but they don't do it. It is classed as a short takeoff and vertical landing, because if you start loading this thing, it's gonna completely stress the aircraft out. If you didn't have any payload and just had about 50% of fuel, it could easily just vertically take off. It has been done, but they don't do it, and they choose not to. But what they've done, they've compromised this. It's already in my 45-degree angle, look. And this moves in contour, so when it's on a carrier, this will move in relation to a 45-degree angle so that it can take off the ramp. It is amazing. I do love this aircraft, and my version, it's the F-35B, and it comes with the blue tack. Again, it doesn't have an internal cannon, which is normally here on the F-35A, but it's got the rest of the stuff. And, you know, it is a sacrifice to make. Like I've said, to add 1.2 tons, I think it was something like 1,400 kilos with all the bits, all right? Something like that, wasn't it? I think we added it up earlier. It's about 1,400 kilos, and because of where you'd normally have the refueling insert here for the boomstick to go in, you can't do that, so you have the drogue and probe. So you got the probe envelope that sticks out here. It's pretty amazing stuff. On the prototype, it was actually 2 doors here, and again, look at all the serrations everywhere, like those zigzags, even on these doors. It can activate the STOVL mode without the landing gear, but you will see it at air shows all the time. That's for safety, and also you can't land without confirming that you've got your gear down. ATC won't let you. But they did the serrations on the doors here, on the hood, and found that the airflow being sucked in wasn't good, so they rounded it off. And don't worry, I know it'll increase some RCS, but radar cross section, but the thing is, you're going to be landing on a carrier or back at home, so it doesn't really matter. So there are compromises on that for good reason. So that's how it hovers. And it can hover as long as it wants, really, but why would you need to do that? It's not a competition. I can hover for this long. It can hover a lot longer than the Harrier. The Harrier used that water, water, was that to cool it down, right? Those water jets on it to cool the engine down, I think it was. You know, at the end of the day, you progress. I mean, look where we started with the Wright Flyer, right? You know, and look at how technology and where it's got to. You know, 1943, 617 Squadron flying a Lancaster. Now they've got an F-35B. And interestingly, the Lancaster was never stationed here, for those that don't know. I think I can hear Lake Heath. Yeah, Mark Moody, not really. It's not really limited to hovering. I mean, you'd probably use a lot of fuel just hovering like that. But there isn't really a limit. There isn't like, that's it, you know, your water tank, because it doesn't rely on the water tank that the Harrier used. But there we go. Will we get another sortie? We'll find out. We'll stay until about 2 o'clock and go with it. But it's been good fun. Lots of guards marches coming up. The aircraft that you can hear are high and dry. So Alistair Goodwin, thank you so much for a total of, I think it's 2 lots of 20 gifted memberships. So you've just made 40 It's quite amazing the support that you've given, and everyone else as well. But Alistair's has just made 2 lots of 20. So a high five, a paw pump, a salute. We'll do this times 2, and a fly past for Alistair Goodwin for gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. And again, Alistair, thanks again. High five, paw pump, a salute, and a fly past, and a guards march for another set of 20. I mean, that's just generosity right there. The whole channel is all about generosity and support, and it is without doubt the most amazing thing. I never knew this community would be built upon just, you know, me and Ted just doing our thing, and here we are. Amazing. Thank you very much, Alistair. Steve Evans with 38 months membership. I mean, look at Steve, 38 months. That's in, you know, that's tribute to, you know, that's true testament to how much you love the channel. 38 months of being with us as a member. And then Joshua Brown, 15 months. Good morning to everyone, Nikos and Ted. Margot with a super chat, guards march. Cosmos 231, welcome, high five. Cosmos 231 has just joined the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Chili Beef, another name we know so well, member for 17 months. Oi oi, good morning all. Rob Simo 45, congratulations, a whole year as a member. Oi oi, morning all. Just on a quick break at work, hope you had a good time. Kevin L, member for 15 months with a thumbs up and a salute, guards march. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla, 26 months. It is a true testament to all of you. Oi oi, 2 years and 2 months on TCS. Fritz, 19 months membership. Thank you very much. Alan Q with a super sticker, guards march. Alex Raven, oi oi, Nikos and mods, ain't no bother to hover. It certainly wasn't, my friend. Janie Ann 4 with 11 months, nearly a whole year. Graham Avis 6105, high five. Thank you so much for joining the Posh Officers Club. Guards march. Alistair Goodwin, high five. Welcome to the Posh Officers Club. Thank you for joining as well. And look at this, Janie Ann 4, high five, paw pump, has just gifted 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. This is unreal. Guards march. Ted, I've just blocked Ted there. Guards march there. Thank you so much. Babsar as well, high five, paw pump, guards march. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. This is amazing. And we Stevie Boy, high five, thanks man, gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Nova's TP, nice, thank you very much for your super chat, guards march. Margot Baxter with another super chat, guards march. APF SDS 120 mil, no idea what that means, sounds like some sort of telescope. Oi oi, 18 months membership. I don't know what an APF SDS is, but 120mm guards march. Sounds like a telescope, but sounds like a good one. Right, I might just go and grab a quick cuppa, and then we'll talk about history, make aircraft come out, and then we'll finish up for the day. Sounds like a plan. Do you know what? Is it me, or does it feel like a Friday today? It feels like a Friday. I don't know why, even though it ain't Friday yet. Denzel Hughes, you're welcome, man. Thank you very much. Aaron Boy, this is by far my favourite channel. Thanks Ted and the community, you're welcome. Tank ammo, thank you very much. Okay, I was close. Right, I'm gonna go and get a cup of tea. Be right back. Ain't no bother to hover. Just having a cup of tea. Yeah, just enjoying a quick cup of tea, and then we'll get on the show and see how it goes, innit? Who's making that noise? Can't even see it. Well, if I could see it, I'd show you it. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're all good.
Cup of tea. I'm still here just having a quick cup of tea and I'll be back on the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. 1 second. Yeah, it's a good tea. I've got Earl Grey today. I went posh in it. Gary's here as well. Gary, how you doing, man? Hopefully next year we'll be back to, you know, the minimum 10 movements. I mean, we've had some busy streams here, really, you know. I came here once, we had like 9 vertical landings in a row. Not all together, obviously, because there's only 3 pads. All 9 came back. It was just amazing. It was just endless. And you can get busy times. It's just now the 2 squadrons involved, I think it is, are now on leave until after Christmas period for a well-earned rest. I mean, they've been away for 8 months on that UK carrier strike force. Amazing. Right, that's the tea done. Got a little sterling in that. Right, just gonna blow the old garden nose and then I'm on. And then we'll talk about history of mine. Do it a different way today. I like doing things different, you know? Different is good. You know, what's that? Sounded like a donkey. Anyone lost a donkey? I have to do the donkey hotline. Let's see what's going on. Anyone hear that donkey? Didn't know there were donkeys here. Bless them. I love donkeys. I love them. They're so cute. We have loads in Cyprus, Greece. Right. Right. Let's stop rambling. Show. Have a little look what's going on. Do you know what I need? I need a tornado on the show. Actually, I don't have a tornado. Do you know, I can't believe I don't have a tornado to show you on the show. It's terrible, isn't it? I mean, that's really sparked up a few, isn't it? No? Let's have a look if I got this correct. Goering. Right. Oh, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? What up? How are we doing?
You know how it is. How's it going, lady Shanty Teddy Bears? Let me just pop this in. Oh goodness me! I tell you what, the wind has calmed down quite a bit actually. Let me just pop this here in case we get a sudden aircraft joining us. How are we doing, lady Shanty Teddy Bears? Right, I haven't really given myself a lot of room today. Goodness me, I'm like, move back and it will be a wreck from PBR, except without the bull. Keep riding. How we doing? How are the Texas Rattlers? How are they doing? They all right? Sorry, I'm just I've obviously had too much tea, and yes. Well, do you know what? Where's the wind gone? It's quite nice, mind you. The wind's well, it was going that way, but there we go. It's pretty good. Oh, what's happening here? Someone stopped here. What's going on? Oh no, that's fine. I thought it was for me. Well, welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to RAF Marham. And the history, as we know, dates back to August 1916. Although actually, today I read it was September. Oh, I know. Let's have a look here now. Okay. I know what it was. It was the squadron that arrived, the first squadron. It was built in August 1916, and then a month later. No, it's funny because I keep reading it, keep reading and learning, even though I came across September, but it was when the first squadron, number 51, arrived, which is why amazing, isn't it? When I contradict myself, but then I think, hang on a minute, I know what that was for. But it was built as a Royal Flying Corps station. There's so many. You've got Barton Bendish, Royal Flying Corps Bexwell, loads of the Narborough station as well, and at that time it was Royal Naval Air Station Narborough. Okay, you'll find the history side of it all quite interesting because they amalgamated the Royal Naval Air Squadron with the Royal Flying Corps, and that became the Royal Air Force. That was on the 1st of April 1918, but that later changed to RAF Narborough in doing so. Marham was built literally, its purpose was to defend Norfolk from the Zeppelin raids, and the first Royal Flying Corps unit to operate at Marham was 51 Squadron. Now, I did a little bit more detail. Here's some more interesting little breadcrumb facts I got for you. London was being attacked by lots of Zeppelin raids, and then so was Norfolk. Now, here's the thing. What I learned was the shape of the wash made it a good sort of waypoint for enemy to locate that and then head south. So I didn't know that, but which is why you've got quite a lot sort of around this area, especially Sutton Bridge as well. But later in times, not many, as they predicted, came under attack. And the good thing is there was decoy airfields, and also the fact that we had defensive systems here, which again I'll talk to you about later on. But 51 Squadron Royal Flying Corps were the first squadron to operate here, and aircraft such as the aircraft factory FE2B were flown here. It was a biplane, of course. We had lots of biplanes powered by one Beardmore 6-cylinder water-cooled inline piston engine, because of course we had the radial engines and the inline engines, but the benefits of both, one's air-cooled and one's more aerodynamic. So the inline, like the Spitfire, was quite aerodynamic, for example. When you got piston engines radial style, such as the P-47, they're not as aerodynamic. Think about it. Why can't I hear startups? That's good if it is. I don't know if I can hear a startup, but anyway, it was a water-cooled inline piston engine, 160 horsepower, and Marham also served as a training base for night flying squadrons. So we had 51. I can definitely hear something. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? But yeah, 51, 190, 191 and 193, who were training squadrons that were based at Marham. And during the First World War, the Royal Air Force, that's definitely a... Do you know what I mean? You talk history and you get aircraft. Well, we'll go with that. Let's just... I'll give you the history. Let me just see what's going on over there. That's quite uncanny, really. It's two of them. Oh, listen to this. I mean, that's 2. Come on. These are a bonus. I didn't think we were going to get this, you know. Not that anything is scheduled or anything for us. Beautiful. We'll have that. So I'll just give you a quick history run through because I don't think we're going to get a chance. But yeah, so it started off as a Royal Flying Corps station, and you know, by the end of the war came the First World War on armistice. I've told you this before. Marham bombed for fun neighbouring Royal Air Force Narborough with bags of flour, but Marham was bombed by Narborough with bags of soot. So it had soot bombs here, just for a bit of a gimmick. And then a year later, that was it. 51 Squadron left Marham, and in 1919, the aerodrome had closed. After the First World War, the UK had around 300 military aircraft. By the end of the First World War, the UK had around 300 military aerodromes, and by 1924 there were just 27. So while things settled down, there had to be careful consideration into the thought of any possibilities of another war. And it, you know, realistically, and yes, it did happen, of course, as we know, and new RAF airfields were about to be recommissioned and commissioned, and the AMAB, the Air Ministry Aerodromes Board, was created, and in 1935 the RAF's pre-war expansion scheme commenced, and the first set of the expansion programme included Waddington, Beltwell and Marham. It was 38 Squadron who were operating the Handley Page Hayford at Mildenhall, and they arrived here and as being the first residents of Marham Royal Air Force with the Fairey Hendon bombers. Now, it was the B flight of 38 Squadron that reformed and made 115 Squadron with the Handley Page Harrow. So those were the first 2 aircraft of the Second World War, or at least pre-war, in fact, to be exact, which was the Hendon and the Harrow. And by April 1939, both squadrons received the world's fastest assembled bomber, which of course was the Vickers Wellington bomber. So I was going to show you our beautiful Vickers Wellington bomber there. 11,461. Also the RAF's fastest assembled bomber, the most produced RAF bomber of the Second World War, the Vickers Wellington, 11,461. Some say it's 11,462. I think they include the prototype in that. A twin-engine bomber, a beautiful, beautiful aircraft. Started off with the Pegasus engine on the Mark 1. They did actually put a Rolls-Royce Merlin in the second one, Mark 2, but they switched to the Bristol Hercules, 1,500 horsepower, punchy Bristol Hercules engine. You know, it could do 20,000 feet service ceiling, had 4,500 pound of payload, and it was, you know, the beautiful, beautiful construction of the geodetic airframe. And that, my friends, is what I'm talking about as an absolute masterpiece. It really was, because Sir Barnes Wallis made a geodetic airframe. Now you can see those little X's, that long window there. Can you see that? Look at this. That's giving you the idea of the geodetic airframe. It looks a bit like the fence, so you could, you know, have a lot of battle damage, and you know, it could do about 240 miles per hour, no problem there. The Vickers Wellington, and it was LN514 at the Broughton aerodrome, which is now Airbus Flintshire. And what they did, the Vickers Broughton, the they made a historic attempt to be a world record beater. I know. So what they did, I think LN 514 did about 19 operations. It survived the whole war. 48 hours was the world record to assemble a bomber. I know, 48 hours, and that's amazing, isn't it? 48 hours. But, well, Vickers set upon saying, 1943 said, do you know what? We're going to build it in 30 hours, all right? Well, I've watched a video on this. 3 o'clock in the morning, there were women dressed to the nines, just coming in, chipping in. Don't forget, a people's war. You know, it was amazing. You know, they all came in, put it all together. They wanted to beat 48 hours. Well, and they wanted to get 30 hours, which is quite substantial. Guess what? They built it in about 23 hours, 48 minutes, and flew it about an hour later. In fact, they had to wake up the test pilot because they were like, what, 6 hours early from completing it. What an amazing, I mean, it had a good reputation. You know, it was made in 16 different variants. It could take a crew of 6, max speed about 240, had a great range of 2,500 miles. With, you know, it can get to 20,000 service ceiling. It had guns, you know, 4,500 pound of payload. It had a good reputation. Yes, it was a twin engine bomber. They used it in Coastal Command. There were different variants, 16 of them, but it served well here. It really did. And you'll see photos of this with 115 written on it. Any clues what squadron? Yes, it was 115 Squadron. So that was a beautiful Vickers Wellington there. I'm just trying to make this as quick as possible, I'm afraid, because of talking history makes aircraft come along. But for me, I felt that they were a bit late receiving the converting to the Wellingtons here, but there we go. 1940 218 Squadron moved to Marham as well, also operating the Wellingtons, who eventually converted to the Royal Air Force's first World War II 4-engine bomber, which was indeed the Short Stirling. And Marham was getting busy, and in 1941 105 Squadron arrived with the Merlin-powered wooden legend, the Flying Tree, the Mosquito. So let's show you the RAF's first ever 4-engine bomber. You know, 14,000 pound of payload, 99 feet wingspan. Now look at the angle. I was talking about this on Discord about the high angle, like the B-52. The angle of the wings. Look at that. They moved them, which is why it nearly had about a 7-meter height. They needed to increase the angle of attack just to get this thing out there. It was basically a short Sunderland with the bottom, the hull chopped off, the lower deck chopped out. It was designed by the Short brothers. When you got enough lift, they had gouge flaps which would come in. 14,000 pound of payload. This long, huge, I think it was, I can't remember how many meters, it was massive. And it had 2 weapons bays here for bombs as well. Total of about 14,000 pounds. But for those that know, it didn't have the greatest service ceiling, about 17,000 feet service ceiling, which if you think about it, the Wellingtons could do 20,000, the Lancaster about 22, the B-17s close to 30,000, etc. So it struggled with that, but because of its stubby wings compared to the length of it, it was able to outmaneuver fighters. Pilots actually loved this, but the problem is if you're going through the Alps, you'll have to go through it. If you were in a Lancaster or a Halifax or a B-17, you'd be going over it. So it was a bit of a rough ride, and but there we go. It was the first 4-engine heavy bomber, number 7 Squadron, who fly today the Chinook, and that was at Leaning. But there we go, we had to start somewhere, right? There we go, the first one, July of 1914, and November was the Halifax, and then of course end of 1941 to 1942, early of January, was indeed the Avro Lancaster, for those that like the figures and numbers. I'm just doing the history a little bit brisk, but yeah, we also had Mosquitoes here. And then Marham was also home to 1655 Mosquito Training Unit, MTU. And that was between 1942 and 43. And also operating the Mosquito was a secret unit, 1418 Flight, who were a bombing development unit. Never heard of them. But, you know, a lot of these have only just come out. Some of the, you know, because a lot of it was declassified with that kind of information. But they were a secret squadron, of course, for various reasons. Marham loved being annoying. That sounds good, doesn't it? Do you like that? Marham's history, they carried out what was called nuisance flights. I know, nuisance flights, and it was on the 30th of January 1943. Germany was celebrating and holding special rallies for the 10th anniversary of Hitler's rise to power. Reich Marshal Hermann Goering was to deliver a special broadcast via radio Third Reich at 1100 from the Air Ministry. Long story short, they didn't want him to have that moment, so they sent at 8:45 in the morning, 30th of Jan, they were like, nah. So 3 Mosquitoes of 105 Squadron basically headed over with their mozzies. Look at this beauty, this Mosquito. Treetop height or wave height to avoid radar. And when they got there, they dropped the bombs, sirens were going off, and they shut the broadcasting down. They shut it down. So Goering couldn't have his moment. So instead they were listening to scratchy Mozart music. They returned safely, but sadly the next 3 did the same thing. Goebbels was going up. They continued the broadcast. They didn't get, so Goering was really annoyed by that, but sadly we lost 1 Mosquito on the way back. You know, the bombing of the mozzies that went over, I mean, they were going to Berlin in daylight. They didn't really do any damage, really, but that wasn't what they wanted to do. You know, no civilians were injured or hurt, shall we say, but the point was just to stop the broadcast. Sorry. So we got F-35Bs running. Oh yeah. Woo! Let's have some. And another era for Marham as well, just really quickly. Marham, after the Second World War, it was chosen to become a very heavy bomber base, and it closed its airfield along with Lakenheath and Skullthorpe, and it was expanded to have 3 longer hardened runways in the Class A configuration. So it closed its runways and hangars in March of 1944 to be ready for the B-29s, which was indeed known as the Boeing Washington in the Royal Air Force. In 1946, testing out the new runways were Lancasters of RAFs, there was B-17s, modified B-29s, but I'll show you what was here. I've got 115 Squadron here now. Are you ready for this? Now, this was known as a Boeing Washington. The RAF ordered around 87 or so of what they called a Boeing Washington, which was indeed B-29s. Remember Eurofighter and Typhoon, FGR-4, F-2008, and don't forget the Boeing Fortress was a B-17 in the Royal Air Force. The Boeing Washington was actually a B-29. Nothing different about it. These are the markings of 115. Big shout out to 115 Squadron who fly at Wittering, training our latest and greatest future gen on the Grob shooter. This should be Kilo Oscar. This looks like a Delta, which is why I get confused. I really do believe they've done a bit of a mistake here, 115 Squadron. But look at it. Look at this. The RAF had Avro Lincolns, okay? But this, wow, it's just a monster. Longer range, a lot of payload, and I think the Lincoln, in all honesty, it came out a bit too late, in my opinion, anyway. But that's just my opinion. But this kind of knocked everything out. It knocked everything out the block with its huge engines. I mean, look at it. Isn't that a beaut? I mean, that is a rocker, isn't it? That's a bomber and a half. And that was here, the Boeing Washington. There was a few bases that had them. You know, at the end of the day, the B-29 Super Fortress, you know, it did prove itself. And I managed to get a Marham one. How cool is that, though? It's pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, you could whack a crew of 11 on here, had a length of 99 feet. That's a wingspan of a short Sterling. Wingspan was actually 141 feet, a lot wider than the Lincoln. And it was powered by 4 Wright R-3350, the 23 duplex Cyclone, 18 cylinders, man. Turbo supercharged radial piston engine, a whopping 2200 horsepower. Yeah, max speed at 357. What, for an aircraft that weighs 74,500 pounds? The Typhoon weighs 24,000. This F-35B weighs about 32,000. This is like way over double. Amazing, isn't it? What a beast. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, something just screeched at me. You know, and 22nd of March 1950, 4 of these Boeing Washington B-1s arrived at Marham, until finally Marham received its first ever jet aircraft. Yep, you got it, just like Coningsby actually. It was indeed the English Electric Canberra, and eventually Vickers Valiant came, and then the Handley Page Victor, part of the V-Force. The Victors, however, they were converted to a tanker role rather than a bomber role, and were flown by 55 and 57 squadrons. Marham played the crucial role. They supplied the Victors for that amazing Black Buck raid. We were at Waddington yesterday and I spoke about how the Vulcans were fueled. Well, here is who supplied the fuel. Marham with their tankers. Oh yeah. I mean, they played a crucial role, man. I mean, in the end, the Victors and the Valiants, the Victor was converted to do the air-to-air refueling, and that brought the Royal Air Force into the era of air-to-air refueling. So it really brought in a new era for them. And then the thing is, with the Vulcan at Waddington, it was about to get scrapped, it was about to get binned, but they put it all together, and it was lucky, because on the 2nd of April 1982, Argentina invaded the British islands of the Falklands. The mission was to disable the airfield at Port Stanley, just so they wouldn't get the upper hand in aerial advantage. At the end of the day, take out the airfield, where are you going to land? Because, you know, that sounds good, doesn't it? Listen to that. But, you know, but the problem is, though, the Falklands were so far away, 8,000 miles away for you and I, for a round trip, and the Vulcan bomber had its bits all over the place, refueling probes used as ashtrays, and it had a range of 2,607 miles. Hang on a minute, 8,000 miles is a round trip, how are you going to do that? And it was really designed for dropping nuclear bombs. Inch perfect precision bombing wasn't really necessary for that, was it? But anyway, they put this all together with a calculator and worked out. The also other problem is we didn't have any South Atlantic maps, so they used the North Atlantic map and turned it upside down. There we go. But you know what? Genius. Genius. You know, because my friends, they did it. It gives me great pleasure to show you this. Look at this. Look at the Victor. What, I mean, I could say a few words in, get in trouble, but look at this. How beautiful is this aircraft? Isn't that just beautiful? I think we got a bit of an injury on there, haven't we? Oh no, I have to glue that. But look at it, absolute beauty. And they used 13 of these in any one single Black Buck raid. And let me just explain how demanding that was. Come on, Marham, let's have it. You know, those thinking about joining the Royal Air Force, those thinking that that want a career, those youngsters who are tuned in right now, you're going to be part of that legacy, man. You're going to be part of that whole legacy. You're going to do that, and we're proud, man. This is why I've got this show. I love it. If I can just get one person to recruit from our channel, laughing, you know, I'm helping out. I'm loving it. Anyway, look at this. Yep, here we go. This is what a Black Buck raid looked like. There's Waddington there's a Vulcan from Waddington. All right, they used 2 because 1 was spare. They used 13 Victors, 1 was spare. Now, it was classed as red flight, white flight, and blue flight. No idea right now which way round it was. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. But this flight here had 10 Victors, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 reserve, and then there was 2. Now these, what look like targets, that's a refueling point. I'm just going to show you the complexity, all right, of how many times the Vulcan had to be refueled to do an 8,000 mile round trip. 6. So let's go over here. This looks like nice and easy. 2 Victors going along, la 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 la. This Victor will refuel that Victor, and then that Victor will just head on home. That Victor carries on, and the whole point is to meet up with the Vulcan after it's been refueled 5 times on the way back. All right, that's that one there. Let's have a look at this conundrum. 10 Victors. Let's follow this one. I'm going to pick on this one. This is going along, right? And it gets refueled by that one, and then that goes home. So we started with 10, and then we've got, well, 5 carried on, and then just 1 carried on from there. All right, so from these 5 carried on, this one was able to carry on. So we're left with 6. This flight here carried on going here to refuel the Vulcan for the 2nd time, and then went off home. So that 5 at the back carried on going literally until there were just 3. And these 2, the one on the offside here, refueled that one and then went home. And then these 2 were left. So you could say the first 5 at the back went all the way down here, and then here comes the bit. They refueled each other. I remember that bit, and that's what these 2 bits here. But this Victor went over here to refuel for the 4th time, okay, and then came back, refueled him or her, and then refueled this one, and that went back to meet it on the 5th. I think I missed one going home here. I have. I think I've missed. Oh no, it's gone over here. That's where I've gone wrong. Problems there. On this final moment, the refueling probe snapped on the Victor, and they had to swap, because obviously how are you going to refuel the how are you going to get refueled? So they swapped basically. There we go. That's what it looks like. Operation Black Buck Raid. I think that's better from there. Yeah, I know I'm rushing it a little bit because we do have some exciting news over there. 2 F-35Bs, I think it is. I'll take 4. We've already had our vertical landing, so we've got our vertical landing fix. Harry, thanks, man. So, and then another era came as well for Marham. The first Tornado GR1 delivered to Marham was ZA Zulu Alpha 601, and that was on the 24th of April 1982 from BAE Wharton, in preparation for the reformation of 617 Dambusters Squadron, which stood up on the 1st of January 1983. This was shortly followed by 27 Squadron, which reformed at Marham on the 12th of August 1983. 27 are now at RAF Odium, flying Chinooks. 50... So we've also got 57 Squadron that disbanded at Marham on the 30th of June 1986. They left 55 Squadron as the last Victor K2 unit at the base. And number 55, the last of the RAF Victor Squadron, disbanded at Marham in October 1993. Now, the last Victor to leave departing was in November. While the Tornado legacy began at Marham and the Victors coming to an end, the Canberras was still going on. They were still going until the last unit, 31st of July 2006, ended the 52 years of Canberra operations. And then, of course, 2018 saw 617 Squadron, the Dambusters, arriving here with the first F-35B UK Lightning Squadron, 207 the OCU in 2019, and the 809, nicknamed the Immortals, stood up December 2023 again. So we've got 3 squadrons, 2 RAF and 1 Naval Air Squadron. This sounds good, doesn't it? Listen to those. It's a beautiful, beautiful sound. I think this is Bolt flight. You can definitely hear 2. Yeah, there are 2. We'll take 2 and 2. We'll take 4. Amazing sounds, isn't it? That bleed, wash, whatever it does. I love that. It's like an angry elephant or something. With respect. Like an angry beast. How about that? We'll go with that. Oh, so that extra zoom. Sorry about that. Didn't realise. Thought I was at max. Nah. Got a bit more Nikos. Keep going. Some nice light going on here. Ain't no hover to bother. We've seen that today. And you get hold of a t-shirt. Ain't no bother to hover. We ship globally. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk for your Ain't No Bother to Hover t-shirt. I'll have to bring one next time so we can show it off. Amazing to think of just snippets of the history that I mentioned there. All happened here, right here, dating back August 1916. There's been an aerodrome here. Of course, there were decoy airfields as well, K and Q sites in the vicinity, protecting nearby airfields. Barton Bendish. Is it Mettlesham Heath? That's not too far away from here, is it? start going here. I mean, the wash was such a waypoint as well, but there we go. And into there. I love this. Look at that, straight in that tunnel. Beautiful. I love that. Here we go. Well, beautiful. Nice to see. Of course, that's two. One is good. Nice to get some F-35Bs on the menu. I'm going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. So that was good. Right, I'll be right back.
Might have a cram-on approaching actually. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, looks like we've got some cram-on coming in again. Possibly another Embraer Phenom. So yeah, if you want any of the books, I can recommend you, and by all means go for it. I mean, this is where I learn all my information from. Wonderful books. Yeah, Cramwell free looks good. Oi, oi. There we go. The much loved channel, you know how it is. Doesn't feel like we've missed a stream this week, but we have, sadly, due to the weather. Sometimes the weather does get the better of us, but we do our best to get you what we can, and safely as well. Having a quick cut of tea and just putting a few bits away. good. Okay, so we got looks like we got Cranwell 3-3 practice diversion coming up very shortly. Aspen, what up? Hope you're good, man. Captain A, Spanner Flight, how's it all going? Simon Watchorn, Margot, how's it all going? Dave Holloway, how you doing, man? Boots 99, how's it going? Richard Ridge, Alex Blackcat Perez, Williams. Oh, thanks a lot. Glad you enjoyed the vertical landings. Tony Jeffries, how you doing as well? Right, that's my tea done. I'll just put this back and then I'll get back on the show. Better hurry up because it's coming in. So another Embraer Phenom from RAF College, Cranwell. Okay. Oh yeah, thanks for your message, Perry, regarding the those birds are not actually on the runway. Actually, thanks for letting me know as well. It's over there, the runway, 01 and 19. So much history here, it's unreal. Such a vast base as well. One of 3 to become a very heavy bomber base, selected from 1945. Marham, Sculthorpe and Lakenheath. Big shout out to the fire crew, defence fire and rescue teams, and of course the medics and crash teams. About
5 miles. Just a rough guide, 315 feet per nautical mile out, just to give you an idea how far it is. That's how the 3 degree, that's based on a 3 degree glide slope, by the way, or at least the glide path 3 degrees, just as a rough idea. I love having a look at the details, it's pretty cool, isn't it? 4 miles out, should be about 140 knots. Yep, there you go. And then about 130 knots, being 3 miles out, so it's very close. Oh, there it is up there. Just let that just soak up the sun just there for a minute. It looks like it's coming round. Yeah, it's right in the sun now, so give me a minute and I'll get that round. Might even be able to get this sort of artistic shot through it. Look. No idea what I'm doing, but I'm just going with it. Yeah, and then we're going to be met. Oh no, I could have probably still carried on. Never mind. Done the tree. Been good fun today, been really good. I know, it's funny, isn't it? We've only had four now, but 2 have come back. And yet, seeing those vertical landings are just like, wow. That's what it's all about. Oh, there's some rumble out there. Oh, can you hear that? Go on, Cranners, let's go. Next stop for this pilot, all being well, will be, as in Korea, will be 24 Squadron, an operational conversion unit for the heavies at RAF Bryce Norton. It's all about the next steps. Again, I've always recommended and given encouraging words to our cadets, our future generation, to, you know, whatever role, I do ask them what they want to do. And although fighter pilot is, let's say, 50,000 steps away, it is not impossible, but never look at those 50,000 steps. Just concentrate on the next step, and the next, and the next, and the next step, and before you know it, you'll be you'll be at Valley, and then thinking about what you're going to do, because you'll be then thinking about an OCU 207 or 29 Squadron by then. It's as simple as that. Never look at the top of the mountain, just think about your route, how you're going to get up, halfway up, and the next step. That's what I've always recommended to do, and I hope I've given words of wisdom and inspiration. Kylo Bear, how you doing as well? Margot, Tim Gooch, I'll always be true, baby. Yes, Tim Gooch. I'll have to get him a T-shirt with that. I'll be true, baby. I'll have to get him a T-shirt with that. It is Captain A, the future right there. Absolutely. So will we get 4 out of 4? There's all sorts going on up there, isn't it? Look at this. Oh yeah, let's go. These are F-35As. Yes, Lakeney. Yes, Lakeney. Oh, oh, oh. I know you tuned in. You know how it is. Don't worry, I'm coming tomorrow. Don't you panic about that. Lakeney just probably missing Ted right there. Glad I got that. That was cool. Yeah. Wow. I was wondering what on earth this was. It's the RAF Phantom. Sorry about that. I was getting carried away with some 48 fighter wing action. That was cool. I hope you got to see that. This is a flight path for Lakenheath and Mildenhall, to and fro. You will see them on the overhead, or in the space in the vicinity, shall we say. But yeah, to see something like that was pretty cool. If I see anything like that again, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee we'll get that again. First time I've seen yeah, look at this. There's all sorts of stuff going on at the moment. I can hear something behind me as well. Power back on. Lovely, look at that. Textbook touch and go. This here a minute. Let me have a look at the skies a moment. There are some clouds, so let me just have a quick nose just behind me. There's something going on up there. High and dry though. There'll be about 30-40,000 feet. But let me have a quick look. Oh, hello. Look at this. Was cool. Well, this is turning out to be like some sort of low flying area, you know, that excitement of waiting for something to go through, and now there's all sorts going on here, I'll tell you that. Woo! That was cool. Well, this is I was like, hang on a minute, I don't remember the F-35s coming back. I thought I could hear something quite close. I think we got something else. I think there's something else going on here. Hang on. They were cool. This is a good angle, man. I know you don't get to see the whole thing, but my word, is it really good. There's something else going on as well. Hang on. You know it is. Lake and Heath coming to see Ted. Yeah! Love it. So we've got the Phenom possibly coming in again. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's just running in now. There it is, touch and go. Here we go. Is with military aviation, it's the element of surprise. You just don't know what will happen next, and that's what the excitement is all about. Just being patient and just sit. I mean, I wasn't expecting two Eagles. It was the last thing on my mind, two Eagles to come through like that. F-15E Strike Eagles. There's even some, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Hang on, can you hear that? There they are, there they are. It's getting all excited now, isn't it? With RAF Phantom just coming back in now on downwind for a touch and go. Excuse me.
Final gear. Let's go come up quickly.
Oi, oi. I can hear more, and I think it's from behind me this time. 1 second, let me go and have a look. I can hear Lake and Eve behind me. Alright, let's see what else we got. Kev. How you doing, Kev? Hope you're all good, man. Kevy Howard, hope you're all good. Here comes the Embraer back in again for another. Dieter, how you doing? Yeah, how's it going? All right. You okay?
Yeah, I was just thinking, last time you and I were together down here in that amazing high key.
Yeah, F-35s all in. That was great, wasn't it?
It was absolutely
Yeah, how you been? All right.
Yeah, really
Good.
So
Good.
I don't think to live down the road, so I've just come down for sunsets.
Yeah, it's going to be good. There's still 2 out there, so
There is, okay. That's great.
yeah. So it'd be quite nice with that sun.
I got a cracking night. I don't know if you're part of the Marham Spotters group.
I'm one of them. Yes.
Yeah, well, it says aerospace.
Right. Okay. I'll have a look at that.
Some cracking sunsets.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's pretty rammed down that end at the moment, so I'm just keeping that.
Oh, is it? Is it quite busy with people? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You've got Stuart Jack down there.
Oh, right,
that's
okay.
Other people.
Oh, right.
Let's say, what time did the other 2 go up? Can you give it any?
But at least half an hour ago.
Okay.
At least. I mean, probably more like 45 minutes.
Yeah, which would coincide with yesterday, which they were all back by 3:15ish.
Okay.
You missed something interesting yesterday. It was a quiet last flight here, and 2 fire engines were out. Column says fire guard.
Oh, cool.
So whether that was fire guard of honour.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
They were supposed to have got in front of the jets before they landed. And one pilot had confirmed to the other pilot it was the last Phenom flight, and the fact his engine wasn't on fire. They just need to get past him. But they went in the enclave, so I presume they did a
Amazing.
hose guard.
Yeah. Yeah. They do that, don't they? So.
But you couldn't see anything.
Ah.
That was such a shame. Maybe you could be up that high.
Maybe. I suppose it depends. Yeah.
Yeah. Flight have you got out to fly? What's the call sign?
Doom.
Okay, thank you.
All sorts going on over here as well.
Pinged you over 3 pictures of the sunsets.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah.
That was lovely.
Nice. So another touch and go from Hermes and RAF Phantom. Oi oi! Every time, bless him. Oh, where were we? Sorry, Marham. Gravel. Well, it's been an absolutely brilliant day. I know there's just been 4 F-35, but what a day. It's been good fun. And then, of course, we had the F-15's low approach. It was pretty spectacular and a good surprise. And the RAF Phantoms doing lots of circuits here as well, practice diversions. Very, very good. Let's see what else we're going to get, because the day's not over yet. Muriel Hudson, good to see you on here. Hope you're good. Hope you enjoyed the party with yourself and your family, and your Nick as well, and friend. Paul M. Hennings as well, how you doing as well? Alan Q, Simon Watchorn, Alex Blackcat, Martin Hamlin, hope you're all well. And still got our 2 F-35Bs to come back. Will they do a vertical landing? We'll find out. So that's the Embraer complete. That's Cranwell 33 PD complete. That's done. Yeah, Lakenheath and Mildenhall, I mean, by car about 35 minutes. With an F-15 about 5 minutes. Would have thought about that. They're travelling at 7 miles a minute. Yeah, that's about right.
Exactly 10 miles.
Is it? 10 miles. So 7 miles a minute. Oh, they can do it in 2.
Yep.
Okay, 2 minutes then. There you go. 35 by car, 35 minutes by car. Yeah.
I'm just down the road. I hear them look. It's 90 seconds before they come over.
Okay, so that, yeah, so 420 miles an hour is about 7 miles a minute. Yeah, 2 minutes. Just under, yeah, they could do it.
Yep, it's about 90, 95 seconds.
Yeah, that's bang on. That is good bit of maths there. Love it. There's going to be some nice golden colours here, isn't there?
Should be nice, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, they both landed at yesterday afternoon. Had one at school.
Yeah, I had them both at pad 1, which was good because I could. Yeah, it's better for. Haven't heard them nearby yet.
No, if I hear anything before you, I'll let you know.
Oh, that'd be great. So have this on really quiet.
Yeah.
I might have a quick cup of tea.
Don't worry, okay?
Thank
My
you.
ears are on.
Thank you. I'll have a. ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Just a big shout out to everyone who tuned in today. Thank you very much. Just finishing up the last remaining moments of Marham, and it's been very enjoyable. Nearly on 1,000 likes, so thank you very much for those helping us reach 1,000 likes. It's always nice to get that nice little target. It does help with the way YouTube algorithm works, and just finishing up the end of the year. Really, it's been such a lot going on. There's been so much going on, all compact into a wonderful year, from Cosford to the Armed Forces Day that we did, Riyadh, the fun that we had there, East Kirkby adventures, watching bombs being dropped from was it Bones flight, that was quite something, and Rake, wasn't it? Absolutely amazing. And the F-35 cannon heard for the very first time. There's been some wonderful moments, and just watching Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer, call sign Reheat 1, and the work up literally from 5,000 to 1,000 feet to 500 to then minimums, and then of course watching the Red Arrows again doing the same thing that we do all the time, just watching them train. There's been a lot to literally pack in. Lossy Mouth, didn't get to do Valley and Macloop, but which can only mean one thing: to double it up next year. So, well, watch this space. I'll fit them in. Just didn't happen for logistical reasons, but there we go. We did spend quite some time at the Lake District, watching a dream come true, watching the C-17 come through, doing some dancing through there. Something I've always wanted. Someone actually literally asked me weeks ago before the event happened. Someone said, what would you like to see come through? And I said, actually, not an F-22, but a C-17. Yes, I wouldn't mind an F-22, but, you know, seeing a C-17, something as big as that, dancing like that, is amazing. No, okay. No worries. Bernie Haggard, thank you very much for the super sticker. A Guards March to you. And Ginger Bailey as well, thank you very much for the super sticker. Gary, thank you very much. A high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Gary, again, thank you very much, Gary. High five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. In fact, there's another two from Gary. High five. Guards March, thank you very much again for supporting the channel and making someone a member. And Gary again, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Brian Acosta, thanks for the super sticker. And Gary, once again, thank you very much, very kind of you. Guards March and a high five there. Thanks for gifting someone a Ted Coningsby membership, really kind, very generous, thank you very much. Stevie H, thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, Stevie H5, how would you like a Marham retirement tornado model? Yes, that sounds good. Guards March, Thank you very much. We do accept donations of models, so massive shout out to all of you who have done that. Lots of you have been helping out. AGR Models, Jeff, thank you as well for that are used on the show. Thank you very much. And Boots 99 UK, cheers Ted, Ian and Sue. Thank you very much, Ian and Sue. Guards March, thanks for the super Guards March there. So we're just waiting on 2 F-35Bs to return. So Ted and I are both wearing our Santa hats for the whole duration of December. Look at that sunset. That looks cool, doesn't it? Look at that. That looks well good.
There we go. Gotcha.
That was cool, thank you. That was really nice, thank you.
I'll let you have those as well. I'll take them over to you.
Yeah, yeah. I'll, when I finish, I'll check it all out. It looked nice with the flag through the sun. It was really nice. The ensign.
Yeah, I did a couple from the other side as well. So.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, high and dry F-15. Oh. Nice.
Down there, that's where I've got my boots.
Oh right.
But I just can't get parked up to them. There's too many cars.
Is
down
it?
there. Yeah.
Oh no.
So
Oh.
I don't know really what to do.
Don't know what to suggest.
I'm sticking
They're all catching what the sunset shot. Yeah, I can imagine it being amazing.
money down.
Yeah. Because sometimes you don't get the colours. Sometimes it's just flat, isn't it? And then I think.
Last week it was just.
Yeah. Oh.
It's looking good. This one comes down with my late mother's car. I've got beavers. Trying to stick it in. It is filthy bad anyway, so.
Yeah, it's looking pretty muddy, isn't it?
So this is perfect.
Oh,
I've landed into it.
Oh, I love it. No, nothing, I know. Someone mentioned that they think they had them at the lakes. That was about 10 minutes ago, so that gives us an idea of how far they are. If that's right. Yeah. That kind of makes sense. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So if they are heading back, probably 20 minutes maybe. So another 10 minutes from then. Yeah. It's gonna have some really crazy, that's perfect. You've even got a few clouds to. It's gonna be good. Nice one. We are getting some really nice colours here. You're gonna try. Yeah, good to see you again, and thanks for the photos. I'll catch up with them when I get back. All right. Thanks, buddy. Hope you get parked. Take care. Yeah, you too, and a good New Year, mate. Good to see someone I haven't seen for a few years, since Ted was a little wee bear. See ya. Ted was a wee bear, and this is actually, it's really interesting because the gentleman actually introduced me to what was a high key. I had no idea what on earth that meant, but it's amazing who you meet along the way. It really is an amazing journey with the Ted Coningsby channel. Every single story and people that I meet, it's just fascinating. It really is. I think we've still got maybe a good week. Yeah, I think next week we'll still be streaming, and then I think that could be it. And then I've got a little break. I know. It's, for me, it feels really sad. Oh, hello. No. Come here, you. Oh, there's 2 lots of 2. Are aligned the same, 0523, but they're not directly but they won't line up because obviously they're at different parts of the country, but the runway numbers are 0523, although Marham does have an additional runway 01 and 19. Thanks a lot, Alex Blackcat. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it is actually, this might sound a little bit funny, but I am kind of sad that I will be having a break over Christmas. I know, I know it sounds really odd, but you know, the streams, you know, the shows, for me, they must go on, and you know, I do worry that I may be a little bit sad. I'm sure my body won't be saying that. I'll be thinking that, hey man, you need a break. But I do. Look at the colour, man. That's amazing. Oh, the other way. It's the opposite way. Yeah, I feel sad. I'm going to be a little bit sad. I did tell Claire Bell, I was like, I'm actually going to be a little bit depressed in that respect. A little bit sad because I really enjoy what I do. I really love it, and it feels really sad that I won't be streaming for those week or two, maybe 2 weeks, but what can you do? Gonna have to have a break. But hey, you know what though? It means more reading, more videos to learn about, and more drawing, so I can always do some lost airfields anyway. Now that's a good idea. Some lost airfields. There you go. See that? See how I turned that round? Lost airfields. There we go. Do you know what? I wonder if I can do a lost airfield live. I did think about that. I can probably link with a few bit of tech stuff. I can probably link the drone live, but of course not here, but a lost airfield where allowed. Yeah, let me think about it. You never know. You never, if it works out. But yeah, I love it. It's my passion, it's my life, it's what I do. I breathe, live, eat, sleep, repeat the Ted Coningsby channel. I know a break will do wonderful, but I enjoy it so much. Temperatures closing in. Vaina, thank you very much. Dita, thank you very much as well. JPG Aviation. Ted's military. You never know. Christmas special. You never know at Gatwick or Heathrow or something. I don't know. Just kidding. Just kidding. That'll be a bit of a, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of lost airfields. Take a pick. I mean, I might just come up with a few. Of course, they are weather permitting. There's loads to do. There's hundreds. Like I said, there was around, obviously not the ones active, but there was, just to give you an idea, there was 150 US Army airfields, military airfields, along with 450 RAF, or, you know, that's quite a lot. Oh, Teddy. Big shout out to the Hedgehog crew and the the boys and girls that move the aircraft around, getting them ready for the next sorties. Again, a major part of the family. Oh, that was good. Nice one. Good words there from Martin Hamlin. Thank you very much. Well, as the sun gets lower, it's going to produce some mad light. It really is. Okay, so the F-35Bs are not too far away now. feeling they're just going to turn up. They're in the area, they're not too far away. Okay, 10 miles out. Or thereabouts. And apologies if I said doom flight, it's actually bolt flight, so apologies for that. I think the first flight was doom. It's a good call sign, isn't it? Doom. Those bird souls put me off, I keep thinking it's them. Probably a really bad time to start flying across the runway, you lot. Here we go. mode activated. It's a good start. Let's ride. Come on. Oh, this looks good. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Ain't no bother to hover. You got to get a t-shirt now. Been there, done that. Go and get the Ted Coningsby Ain't No Bother to Hover t-shirt. Come on. Beautiful. STOVL mode there at its finest. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been incredible as we just admire this. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been a good one, isn't it? When we've had F-15s, we've had F-35Bs, we've had F-35As and F-15s on the overhead, doing some fancy stuff. Cranwell's Embraer Phenom doing lots of circuits, which has been brilliant. It's been a good day. And yet, 4 F-35Bs, 4 vertical landings, and yet wait until next year when we start to have minimum 10 You know, those busy Marham streams that we used to get. So, I'll be back there in the hangars. Let's have a look at the other one as well. Tell you what, the temperature has completely dropped. What's the benefit of STOVL? So you can land at Argos car park or Tesco. Gives you a chance to land anywhere you pretty much want. And the main thing is on a carrier. Very, very good. Enjoy the shutdown noise as well. That's always a nice sound. So I hope you enjoyed that. It's been amazing. So yes, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, just to wrap it up, the F-35B, the short takeoff and vertical landing aircraft, a wonderful, wonderful STOVL attribute that it has to land on carriers, airfields with extremely short runways, can initiate the short takeoff, can land anywhere you want. If you need it on a carrier, it will be there. If you need it to hover somewhere where the runways are extremely poor, in poor condition, you've done it. If your airfield is under attack on the battlefield, you can land still. Imagine the runway in a battlefield that was damaged but needed to get back. You can still land. Another benefit of STOVL. Like I said, carrier, damaged runways, short runways. That is the benefit of having STOVL. A STIR, improvised airfields, it can do it. Small aircraft carriers, it can do it. Not all carriers are massive like the Prince of Wales. Not all of them are large like that. Some are quite small. It will probably land no problem on there. That is the benefit of the flexibility of STOVL aircraft. So you could deploy it to smaller, less expensive ships, depending on, you know, what military you're from. On land, they can use the short runways. They can even use roads, even clearings in forests as well. So the F-35B in mind could potentially land in a forest if it needed to. There's a tactical advantage as well, a proximity to target. Operating from locations closer to a combat zone reduces response times. It's ready to go as well if it really needed to. It can just take off in a very short area. So it is, you know, and of course, like I always say, you can land it at Argos if you wanted to. No, absolutely not. No, Nick, no way. It can land anywhere it wants. It's not delicate. It's probably the polar opposite to what it is. It's a mean machine, and it gets the job done without being seen. I like that. So thank you very much. That's us wrapped up. Certainly drop temperature now. Well, that's us done, ladies, gents, teddy bears. That's all wrapped up. Thank you very much to all of you who have tuned in today and supported the channel like you do. A big shout out to everyone. Look at that sky. Beautiful. So RAF Marham, thank you very much. Oh yeah, RAF Marham, thank you very much. Oh, it's waiting for that shutdown noise. And of course our fans and viewers, thank you so much. It's been amazing. Thank you, members. Thanks to all of you who supported the channel today. I hope you enjoyed it, and we got one more show to go for the week. Hope you enjoyed it. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.